Or the Welcome Center print.
Did it only print part of it?
Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, I know why. They selected. Welcome Center printer. Sorry.
All right, good evening, board members, Superintendent Larios, guests, both in person and online. Thank you for attending today. They say sometimes I need to speak a little louder because nobody can hear me. But if you can hear me in the back, raise your hand. Thank you. Wonderful. We will now call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, we have the agenda here before us. If there aren't any changes, I would entertain a motion.
I make a motion to accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second it.
All in favor of adopting the agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is public comment. It looks like we have one guest speaking today. So I'd like to invite Kathy Mincer.
Good evening. I'm here as an educator finishing my 24th year in special education and 9th year working in the Woodburn School District. I'm coming to you with some concerns and hopefully some solutions. We are living in a time of great divide in our country. People and groups are attacking each other instead of trying to work together. I'm disheartened to feel this division within our school district. Let me explain. Over the past few years, I've observed some inconsistencies which have brought questions to mind. I've been part of the past two bargaining teams. During the first bargain, we had certified staff, administration, and board members at the table. We had good discussions and it felt that we were all part of the process. This last bargain, the board was absent. When I brought up that one of the duties of the board per the district website board page is the board will direct the collective bargaining process to establish labor contracts for the district's personnel, I was immediately told that we can't tell the board how to do their job. In the last budget committee meeting, it was publicly revealed that a board member is contracted by the district and therefore cannot participate in financial discussions or decisions, even though financial decision-making is one of the main duties of the board. When I pointed out that to be eligible to serve on the school board, a member cannot be employed by the district, I was told that the board is self-governing and can do whatever they want. My assumption is that there has been a technical exception made between contracted and employed, which I would argue is a very slim technicality. We also have a relative of a board member appointed to the budget committee. Not being open and transparent about these relationships gives the appearance of something not quite right, but as I am not qualified to interpret legal documents, I'll have to rely on the opinions of those who are. What I am saying here is there appears to be inconsistencies about what our board is supposed to do per their policies and what happens. Apparently, no one cares as a self-governing body can do whatever it wants. Is this the example we want from the body who develops policies they expect staff and students to follow? It seems a little do as we say, not as we do. I've been a rule follower all of my life. I don't always agree with the rules, but I follow them because it's the right thing to do. I want my children and those I work with to trust me as someone who takes responsibilities and works within the policies and rules. When I'm told that a governing elected body is exempt from following their own rules, this is where I feel we are divided. Trust erodes, we feel disempowered, and we tend to complain and attack rather than come back together. My hope is that we move forward during this difficult time in our history. We can work together as a district, all with the same mission and vision, have open communication, dialogue, respect our policies, and work together as a united team to change them if they no longer work for our district. Our students, our future leaders, rely on our example as they grow into independent citizens of this community. We want policy to mean something. Otherwise, why have them at all? Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is work session. The Woodburn County presentation. Our presenter is Jim.
Bringing Woodburn here. Good evening. I am Frank Lonergan. I have the honor of being mayor of Woodburn, and we'll do introductions first. Jesse.
Jesse Cuomo, Community Services Director, City of Woodburn.
Kathy Figley, former mayor and chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee for this project.
Good evening, Jim Rao, Assistant City Administrator.
So we brought a very good team here to help. We have a big project going on. But first, I'd like to thank you for your time tonight and having us here. It's been a long time since we've had, I think, members from the city that have been able to come to the school board. We both have to do a lot of good for the livability of Woodburn. So I thank you for what you guys do. But we have to work in together for the future of Woodburn. And that's one thing we're doing here tonight. But backing up a little bit, I'd like to say that we have an excellent relationship right now with you, Superintendent, and with Casey. And we appreciate that. We hope that you feel the same way about the city staff and Scott and Jim and Jesse here. Like I say, it's going forward. We're here for the betterment of Woodburn and the livability of Woodburn. And with that, we have one of the biggest project that the city of Woodburn has ever undertaken. We're looking to do a community center. Build it, it's part of Sedgwick Park that we're already there. It will be adjoined with a pool that we have. Our Woodburn pool now was first built in 1948. And think about that, 1948. It was called the War Memorial Pool. I grew up swimming there. I had a brother that managed it for a couple summers. So my family has a lot of history there. It was an open pool. It needed work, and we got the spring break quake that happened and did some damage to it. And at that time, first I'll go back 1948, it was our grandparents that built that. Probably 2,500 people that lived in Woodburn at the time. So then you move forward after the spring break quake, there are probably no more than 10, 12,000 there. And as our parents said, okay, let's give something to our kids that they can use year round. So they built a covered pool. It's something that is used year round. That was over 30 years ago. So that pool now needs some maintenance on it. Needs a roof, needs some interior tile work. Looking at that, but also we've been looking for well over 30, 40 years that we needed a community center. We had one down on 3rd Street back in the 90s. Totally inadequate, very small. We couldn't afford putting an elevator going up to the 2nd floor. So it was extremely limited with the projects and the programs that we could offer. So we've been talking about this community center for a long time. Got pretty serious about it about 4 or 5 years ago. Went to the state. We had some Teresa Alonso Leon, a representative, got $15 million from the state to but to be the seed money for putting a community center in. We brought that back, but we couldn't do anything with it. COVID hit and that closed everything down. The city realizes the importance of it. The city is putting an additional $5 million into this project. We've had different plans look at it. We're looking at a community center that is going to be $60 million. Okay, it's a big push, but it is also looking at our current pool, going south into the park, taking out the south wall, being a joined pool without a heated pool. And I'll let Jesse and Jim talk about what all the amenities that are going in there. But this is such a priority to us that some of us went back to our legislators in Washington DC, and we're getting their support. We're hoping to get by next year, $2 million from them to finish this project after we try and put it together. Our big push and what we're coming here tonight for is we are going to our citizens, to our community, to the city of Woodburn in November for a $40 million bond. Okay, we have a third of that already of the 20 million, but this is going to be a big push for our citizens to support this. We've done some surveys already, and I'll let these guys talk about exactly the results of that. But we see a lot of support here, but we're looking at the future of Woodburn. We're looking at something now that we can pass on to our kids. We're looking at something that our kids can use after school. They can use during the summer. Okay, be a lot of recreational activities. We're looking at a commercial kitchen. We recently had the DSA award. Casey Woolery got recognized with well deserved, but we had to go to Mount Angel to recognize him. Okay, we don't have a place in Woodburn that holds that type. We need this here in Woodburn, and we're looking for your support tonight to help us push it through. So that's enough of my soapbox, and I will be here. And I'll turn it over to our ex-mayor Kathy, who's been very supportive of this, probably longer than I have.
Well, for all the years I've lived in Woodburn, and at this point it's been since 1978, so I don't go quite as far back as the current mayor, but I've been here a while. And the main problem we have had for years and years and years is just a shortage of facilities. There have been times where we grew pretty rapidly, other times where things were pretty stable. And of course, in recent years, it's been amazing how rapidly our population has increased. But, we have filled the gap on some facilities, just as those of you with the school district, of course, you've had to keep up with rapidly growing populations and different needs and different demands as well. And from our point of view, in my last term as mayor, I really, wanted to get the ball going we have too many different needs, none of which are being met well. At least we have a good, a pool that's old and, in need of some upgrades, but we have it. We have that space. Our staff has been praiseworthy as far as adding things like exercise programs and related programs to the extent the space has them, but we don't have the room. As the mayor said, event space, commercial kitchens, just opportunities for kids and others to play and recreate, either with their friends or as part of family units or whatnot. And then the different things that we would use, like the indoor track. So as a committee, we looked at both, designing and working with an architect firm so that if, when we pass the bond, we can have the last round of design, that we can take out to, for construction bids. And at least, we put together something, that we can show people pictures of that already is very, well designed, and now it's ready for where the, outlets, what kind of hinges, what, that type of thing. We're actually getting to that point. So the main thing that we want to do is, number one, let everyone, with the school district know we're doing this. I know it's no secret, but, learn more about what we're doing. Ask us questions, please. And we are asking for your support. We share a lot, responsibilities for a lot of the same community members. And I think this is a great opportunity for school age and little kids in Woodburn, not to mention their parents and their grandparents and their neighbors.
Thanks. I've been involved in this project really a long time, kind of a relative newcomer, I suppose, but I came to Woodburn in '95, actually 1 month before the current Water Center opened. So I was there at the very beginning of that project and was here for a couple of years, left the community for about 9 years, came back in 2007, and the city was already underway on a feasibility study to determine whether or not the community could support an actual full-blown community center. So we started working on that project and we were ready to go, and we're thinking, okay, we're gonna put this on the ballot, and then the recession hit and that shelved our plans for a number of years. We picked it up again around 2016 or so. The legislature then awarded us $1 million to do design work on the community center, which we've completed. And so that was a significant jump start to this project. So the vast majority of the design work has already been completed. It was guided by a large community center advisory committee. And we were actually looking to place this on the ballot in 2020, and then COVID hit. And so it seems like we've had these interruptions along the way. So the project got put aside for a couple of years. And while we put it on pause, we worked more closely with the legislature and then secured a $15 million allocation for the construction of the project. So that is kind of the funding that the mayor alluded to. So we reassembled an advisory committee and really worked hard to move this project forward. The city council is now committed to putting this on the ballot in November. And so as we're moving towards that election, we did some community polling in January. And I was very concerned about it going into the polling process, but very pleasantly surprised when we received the results. We had 400 respondents, and both in English and Spanish. These are like 15 to 20-minute surveys, so people stayed on the phone a long time to get their responses. At the beginning of the survey, they were asked whether they would support a bond raiser and which the amounts for a community center in Woodburn, and we had 49% of the respondents say yes, and then it was 39% that said no. So we had a really positive yes margin. And then as the survey went on and people learned more and more about the project, they were asked that question again at the very end, and the yes votes moved up quite a few points to get us to like an even bigger kind of margin of support. And the message for us coming out of that was this is a very passable project if we educate the community about it. And so we've been kind of taking the show on the road and make sure that people are learning more and more about the project because it offers a little bit of something for everybody, for kids, families, adults, seniors, and it's something that we think is much needed in the community. So I'm going to turn it over to Jesse. He's going to kind of run through highlights of the project so you can see what this thing includes.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. I first, again, want to say thank you to the school district. I've been with the city over 7 years now. I came in for recreation, worked closely with facilities and Casey and folks on reserving gym space for our programs. And although, the school has expanded significantly in gym space and things like that, there's still a need, right? You all need to be able to serve your youth during after school programs. And then there's still this want to be able to have kids get in for practices and other things like that, especially indoor sports, before 7, 8 o'clock, right? The school is running programs that way. You guys are doing fantastic programming. And so it's just some of those limitations that we see, and I've heard through recreation often. So excited about this project and opportunities it's going to provide for families and seniors, and I'll kind of go through that. So Jenny, if you don't mind kind of driving for me.
There's,
Clicker. Haha, power. Great thought. All right. So we already went through some of the history of the project. The mayor spoke about that 1948 with the original opening, the 1983 spring break quake, and then the reopening in 95, et cetera. Jim just touched base on the background of the project a little bit with the feasibility study, the Great Recession, et cetera, how we were kind of all gangbusters to go for 2020, and then COVID hit. So thank goodness that's not great. But here we are, and then we reestablished the CAC in 2024. All right, so I'm gonna go through a kind of a range of different pieces on this project and explain things, try to point out some things. I might stand up and point at the screen a little bit as well to kind of show what I'm talking about. But this would be a significant expansion on the current aquatic center. So the bond again would be in November, and it would turn the current aquatic center into a full service community center. And so what does that mean? It kind of means all of these things, and we'll go through these in a little more detail as we go through this slide deck here. So the first part, as the mayor mentioned earlier, is kind of the lack of event space. You know, for years we had the Legacy Wellspring site, which really fit the need of the community very well. Post-COVID, that shut down, and it is not looking at reopening. They are looking at transforming that into medical space and consolidating their services. So we are just lacking kind of larger event space at this time. And so this would add a really adaptable space, very similar to Wellspring, where you'd be able to have 3 separate kind of conference room spaces. You'd be able to set it up for kind of a gala style event. You'd be able to do lectures. You'd be able to kind of hybrid a lot of different things you'd be able to do in the space. This whole facility, you'll kind of see the design is to try to make it adaptable.
Sorry,
Right.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did I hear you right? Did you say the Wellspring is no longer has
No,
conference spaces
no,
available?
it
Right.
still exists, but they're not renting it out anymore.
Um,
So, and they're actually going to be transforming that into medical space. They're looking at consolidating their imaging services, actually, I believe over here from GLAC over to that site to consolidate services. And so that event space does not look to open up again
Thank you.
to the community. So this is all the more important when it comes to this. This could be open for service clubs. This could be open for, quinceañeras. It could be, really name it, and this could be there. In addition to this space, it's the commercial kitchen. So we also look at that commercial kitchen as a possible incubator space for a lot of small businesses. People have food trucks and things like that. There are requirements that they do food prep in certain types of locations. And we hope that this could possibly serve as that as well. I never want to forget, throughout the design portion of this project, we also brought in Northwest Senior Disability Services and their Meals on Wheels program. In the hopes that once this all gets filled out, they will be able to use the commercial kitchen in our space for the Meals on Wheels program, as well as maybe a congregate meal program. We looking at the full age spectrum and being able to provide services for all between, from infant to active older adults. So. All right, so this is just a view kind of looking into the event space from the lobby. You'll see this kind of weird, this hasn't been set in stone, but it's kind of a neat concept for a possible donor wall. So something to point out with this project is we do have the $15 million from the state and $5 million dedicated from the city, bringing that $60 million bond down to 40. But we also are looking for additional funding opportunities to make sure that if there are any kind of costs, prohibitive things, or that donations we're able to secure, we're able to present the best possible product for the community. Woodburn deserves this. I'm very proud of the work we've done over the past several years, providing our community with amazing facilities, whether it's a school district or Legion Park or museum and theater. The community is kind of getting its due, and it's right. So this is just a space looking into the event space as you come off the lobby. As you come in as well, we do have a space for Child Watch. It's kind of behind that mural there. So what Child Watch is, it is separate, it is different than childcare. Childcare is kind of an all-day program, half-day program. Child Watch is a terminology that you hear when if a parent or a grandparent or someone is coming and they want to get out a quick workout in, meet a class, something like that, they'd be able to drop off a youth in that Child Watch area, and they'd be able to go for 1 to 2 hours and do their exercise or do whatever they're wanting, and then they'll be able to pick up the kiddo and go on with their day.
Is there a
So-
fee for that?
No, that would be included in the membership or the drop fee. There wouldn't be an additional fee for that, most likely. I've never seen that in any model, so.
So now that you mentioned membership, does that mean it's like a gym membership? Like there's,
Like a
Correct.
gym membership, swim membership.
Yeah,
Well, we
so-
have that now.
Yeah.
what is that?
utilize-
I know what it is now. What will it be then?
We haven't finalized the pricing yet. We're actually going through that update right now with a consultant called Valerie King. And so what they're looking at is they're looking at the facility, its usability, and the actual markets around to kind of come up with what the market rates for a facility like this will cost-wise, so we can have a certain amount of cost recovery for the project. Currently, the current aquatic center, we subsidize about $500,000 a year. So, we're, ideally, we're within that range between probably $500,000 and $700,000 a year in the subsidy, and the city will be able to absorb any that additional cost, but you do need to have the revenue to offset that as well.
Let me take, ideally, it'd be fantastic if we could operate a pool now without any money put into it.
Mhm.
That doesn't happen in any community.
Yeah.
We hoped years ago to try and at least get 50% of it. And for a while we did before COVID. But now we're probably getting 35% in it. We realize where we are and who the usage will be. And we're looking at something that'll work out for the community.
Something I want to point out when it comes to membership to always consider. So currently we offer scholarships, so folks can sign up for scholarships. And then we also have, for the active older adults, there's a lot of programs through insurance companies that can be provided as well. So through different Medicaid, Medicare programs, they actually can sign up through their insurance, and the city gets a portion per visit that they come, but it doesn't cost anything extra to them. So really trying to, those folks on fixed incomes or low incomes, we, I can't speak for the council or the mayor, but I couldn't see us ever going away from that. I think we understand our community. It doesn't make any sense to build a facility if you're not going to put
You
people
have
in
no
it.
one comes.
If no one comes. So we want to make sure, although there is a cost to come into the facility, that it's available and an option for all. to
Oh,
come in.
what's the cost now?
So currently, just a drop-in day fee, you're looking at just over $5.
Right, but
for
a
an adult.
monthly membership. what
A
is
monthly
that?
membership, an adult, you're looking at $45. So a
Per
month.
person?
For an adult, that's a single adult fee. Yeah.
Right, but you offer something for families, right?
There's a family
So
rate,
what is
yeah,
the cost?
it's $80 for family. And that's without a scholarship or anything. So again, we have a ranging scale based on incomes and things like that.
Thank
So,
you.
But yeah, that would be for 2 adults and 4 kids for the family membership. So in addition, so this is another look into that event space. You can see this is kind of set up for that gala seating. With this space, there's actually an outside little mezzanine or patio as well. So trying to incorporate in this whole design, you'll see a lot of incorporation of the outdoor and indoor. A lot of open views, a lot of light coming into the facility, trying to incorporate all that. You'd also have a little bit additional event space out onto the patio there that you'd be able to use. This is a good angle here. So to the right of the screen, you would actually have, which is technically what's up the north, you would have City Hall. And so this is kind of showing, where the current aquatic center is. This is, as we've been sharing, kind of a culmination of a lot of improvements that you've seen go on in downtown. So over the past several years, you've seen a lot of improvements through the, urban renewal program and the facade makeover programs. You've seen improvements, like I said, at the museum theater, First Street, all kind of getting redone over the past several years. And so we do see this as kind of a culmination of a lot of those things, is seeing this kind of all come to kind of the diamond on the tip of everything else. So this here is one of the components. So like I said, there's a current, I might stand up for this so I can point that out. So the current aquatic center is the current natatorium is called, where the pool space is. That will stay intact. There'll be improvements made to that space because obviously you don't want to build this brand new facility around something that's tired and things like that. We want it to be cohesive and feel like it's all updated and new. And so there'll be an expansion, basically where this wall is here. The south wall will get kind of blown out. And this is an extension of a warm water therapy pool. And so this pool would allow not only kind of like a fun interactive splash pad similar to what we have at the Centennial Park, but it would also allow what's called a zero entry. So we're, again, these types of facilities are made for different kind of usages throughout the whole day, right? So especially during the school year, summer's a little crazier because, kids kind of take over all things when it comes summer. But during the school year, you can imagine that you're going to have a lot of seniors maybe coming in the morning, like we currently have with different Zoom classes and things. And currently, if they have severe mobility issues, even though they can be a lot more active in the water, it is still difficult, even though we have a lift and things like that. So having a kind of a guided soft entry into the space is a lot more accessible. It would also allow us to maybe partner with some of our medical facility partners, keep folks that are working on rehab, or even folks with any kind of major disabilities. You could do some training and things like that with them as well. This would allow us to, because currently the current pool is considered a cold pool, so a lap pool. And so it's honestly not the best experience for a kiddo, right? Trying to throw a 4 or 5-year-old into a cooler pool for some lessons if they're a little cool. It's much warmer than most water is, but this would allow some more pleasant experience for the youth, as well as it has a deep water component where you can do deep water fitness classes as well. You can kind of see in the background there possible rock walls. So trying to, again, kind of encouraging like a teens, what is going to entice them. We also have a new water slide that's pictured here as well. And so that water slide is kind of interesting. And I think I have a picture later that shows it, but it actually comes out into what's called a runnel, which is a slide comes out onto the deck in a specialty runnel there. So it doesn't go into the water. So from a safety component, it's much safer for us because you can imagine submerging into the water is less safe. And it will also just allow, it's a little more exciting of a feature than we currently have at the water center. Lastly, kind of in this photo, and I might double dip on some of these items, in the far distance there is the implementation of 2 on-deck saunas. So currently we have saunas at the aquatic center, but they're both in the locker rooms. And so that creates some kind of safety concerns and things like that. Even though we do regular checks of the locker room, you don't know if a kiddo maybe has gone in there or something like that. And so it not only allows kind of a safety component, but it just allows better transparency for the guards and things. So allows some different positive features there as well. Any questions? So this is just kind of another view of that same space, looking out to the south. These windows look out onto Settlemyre Park, and we'll go through the improvements later on about that as well. You can see a little closer at the splash pad. This here is kind of a whirlpool, kind of a fun feature that you could turn on, and it has like a whirlpool feature so people could sit in floaties and spin and do different activities. They could work against the current, even though it's small, they could work against the current for rehab type of items as well. Here's that slide again. Yes.
I know, we just went to Medford a couple months ago for my son's soccer game and whatnot. And, lo and behold, the pool at the hotel was closed. So we're like, where do we take the team? We went to apparently a new community center that opened up like 4 months prior. Beautiful. It's amazing. One of the complaints that was going around was there's no hot tubs. So.
It does have hot tubs. Good question.
Oh.
So I don't have a picture of it. Aha, all right. So behind us, because I don't have a good angle on the rendering, so that's actually directly behind us here is a hot tub, probably about double the size of our current one. So I think our current one probably fits 8 to 10 people comfortably. It's probably about double that size. So it would be a hot tub. Very good. Yeah, that's where you're ready. So again, improvements to the existing natatorium would be, we're also looking at adding solar tubes to increase light into the facility, warm water space. You'd have a new kind of shell inside the pool, kind of redoing the tile and things like that on the pool deck. Just some additional improvements to that. All right, and then we kind of get into the gym space. Like I said, it's been fantastic that the school district's been able to expand gym space there, and they're beautiful, by the way. But there's still just so many limitations. It's never enough, right? I couldn't tell you how happy probably the club teams and stuff would be for the recreation programs to get out of their way in the schools. So we are looking at, this would be 2 full-size gyms. It would have the ability to be separated out into 4 smaller courts. So you'd be able to run 4 practices all at once in the facility, which provides a lot of flexibility there. We'd also have multiple pickleball courts, which obviously, if you don't know, is the fastest growing sport in America at this time. And so again, kind of along that whole age spectrum from active older adults down, we'd have that, and we'd be able to transition this space. We'd have volleyball available, and we're also looking at obviously futsal. You'll see through art and different things, we really do want to incorporate wood burn into the space. So in some of the renderings, you'll actually see some students you might even recognize from past sports teams and things like that. These are not most updated. But yeah, so this again is just that whole extra space. You can see the running track around the upstairs there as well. Again, you see solar tubes, and you'll see another angle here that shows, again, big, large windows opening kind of the indoor to outdoor space. Here's that angle. So you would be looking out again to the into the park space. And you can see on that far end, there is a bay of bleachers as well. So incorporating that into the design for visitor or spectator seating will be key as well. And then you can see as you kind of come down the stairs, bleachers on either side. As you go up that hallway there is an elevator, obviously, as well in this facility, but as you go up that hallway there, you kind of go toward the main lobby again. And to the left, where there's that tiny little blue square up on top of the stairs, that's where you walk into like the locker room space. Again, all new locker rooms. Right now we have two family changing rooms. And we'd be moving to 7, I believe, in the current, 6 or 7 in the current design. This is a view from the upstairs running track. So this would be a run walk track. So again, as Mayor Figley said, just allowing kind of the use of the space year round, or even hot days, things like that. You'd be able to have your kid maybe drop them off for practice, walk upstairs, walk the track, all these different things as well. So also an expansion, significant expansions on the fitness and wellness side. So we were looking at incorporating a lot more fitness equipment. If you move to the current aquatic center, we took an old storage room and kind of did the best we could, putting equipment and free weights and things in there. And so this would be a significant expansion on that. There'd be 2 fitness rooms. Currently we have a singular one. There'd be 2 about the same size or larger than we currently have. Actually, one is, I think, 1.5 times, and the other one's about the size of what we have now. Again, classes could range from Zumba to Pilates to, Tai Chi to whatever the case may be. You might have even some dance classes or things like that in the space. Programming is really going to come later, obviously, once the space is built and what the community needs and wants are. And so we're looking forward to that opportunity as well. So we would also want to kind of show that, all the treadmills along here and cardio equipment kind of looking out to the outdoors again, just be looking out to the east. Again, just kind of providing that indoor-outdoor space, again, allowing people to feel connected with the community as they go.
So the new apartments that's been going up, they already have like the pools, they already have the fitness centers for their current residents.
Some
And-
do, yeah.
Yeah,
But there is a large,
But-
a large amount that's going as well. And then some facilities are failing, so like senior estates, or estates and golf, I should say, they're having some issues with their current pool and things like that. So there are some amenities that are limited. But that is a good question, right? What is the benefit to them? And, sometimes it's limited to, hey, there's no one to teach me how to use the equipment. I think that is another key thing, is making sure people have kind of that staff there that can assist them. And then also just kind of having that sense of community as well. I could have my kid do practice while I'm going and getting on the treadmill for 25 minutes, 30 minutes, things like that. So just kind of allows that kind of crossover. Hey, swim lessons, and I can do this. And really allowing kind of a community space. This is one of those fitness spaces that really kind of just, it's nice because currently we've modified a space to make it work in the current aquatic center. Kind of not a whole lot of natural, there is really barely any natural light that comes through. Again, you can see the natural light that's coming through this space, allowing a much better kind of space for that. This one would overlook the aquatic space as well. And then we're getting into the outdoor improvements. So really in the design, it was a big push of the first Citizens Advisory Committee to try to tie in a Woodburn Blue. And so you'll see in these kind of decorative panels that around the outside, they're tying in that Woodburn Blue into the space as well. This is a significant piece as well. If you've been to Settlemyre Park, the current playground is kind of tucked back in the corner, kind of out of sight, out of mind, as I would say. Kind of bad things happen when people aren't going to places. So we can see like Legion Park, when you open things up and people are active, like the activity changes a lot. And so I'm really excited about possible park improvements as well. So we'd be moving that playground out into the kind of current center of the baseball field, allowing an open space. It'd also be looking at having our first inclusive playground space. And as many of you probably know, inclusive is such a broader term than just accessibility or kind of modality kind of items. We'll hopefully be able to look and kind of factor in some sensory items and things like that as well for community members who might need that. But allowing, and this wouldn't, obviously this is just improvements to the public park, so there wouldn't be any membership or anything like that. But doing a full inclusive playground space, also in a basketball or football, basketball, and hopefully hybrid basketball football court. And then we'd be looking at moving the current or removing the current tennis courts where we need to put some parking, and then placing the other ones on the back side of the facility that would also factor in pickleball.
And doesn't the current Boys and Girls Club have a location at the Settlemyre?
Very good point. So right here, kind of where these little garden beds are, off to the side, they will still be staying in the park. We're trying to look at different opportunities to, they will continue. Early on, we did have conversations with them possibly coming into this facility. But just after having conversations with new requirements in Boys and Girls Club of America and things, it didn't have the right kind of safety, triggers and mechanisms. It was too open. They have to have certain controls. And so, the kind of decision we came with the current teen center that's there is, having, because we have a partnership with them, obviously, is having them be able to use the space during certain times. And so they could bring kids over and use the space with mentors and things like that. So having the staff with them, to create those positive relationships, but also, have them have an opportunity to use the facility in partnership with the city.
And isn't this design that what you had in 2020?
Yes, it hasn't changed. Yeah.
And remarkably, the price hasn't changed much either.
Yeah.
Construction costs have been fairly flat on that. So we're fortunate to try and keep the same plan and go forward.
Yeah, from when, it's, all their cost projections are out to when actually build would happen, so these costs are, for today's dollars, these are factored in. So again, this would be a $60 million, bond. Again, we have $15 million secured thanks to Teresa Alonso Leon and, others that advocated for the project with the state. The city would be contributing an additional $5 million to the project, bringing that bond number down to $40 million. If for some reason the bond doesn't pass, those funds from the state do have a shelf life on them. So if for some reason we don't pass it in November of 24 or May of 25, those funds all go back to the state. It is part of the actual agreement with the state. So it's kind of a use it or lose it type of situation. It has to be used directly for the community center. It can't be used on other items. So what's the cost? You'd be looking at $1 per thousand of assessed value. This is a common misconception. Assessed value, as many of you probably know, but it is commonly misunderstood. Assessed value is a much different rate than your market rate. Assessed value is what you'll see on your tax statement from the county, and your market rate is kind of what you'd see on the bill, right? So it's a much lesser amount. The average cost would be about $15 per month for an average homeowner in Woodburn. But obviously that would fluctuate, and obviously businesses pays the same rate. So this project is also offset quite a bit by different development expansion at Do It Fast or Lawnmower Nita that's building out on 99 or obviously Amazon.
So the $15 per month for the average homeowner.
Mhm.
When I see average homeowner, it's average homeowner, people who own their homes. With all the apartments going up, how does that fall on them, or are homeowners carrying the brunt?
No, so those buildings still pay taxes, correct?
Okay.
And so honestly, those costs are actually getting shared onto the owners or the renters, right? The landowners or the apartment owners aren't gonna just bear that cost, if you really think about that. And so most likely, I can't speak for all property owners, but most likely, if their tax bill changes, they would also, change rent rates like they have been or things like that to accommodate. And so it really does get kind of split up across the board.
Commercial and industrial taxing will help
Yeah.
a lot in here. And the big thing we're looking at, obviously, is Amazon coming in is going to significantly keep this down to a level that we think is affordable to our people.
And so this question is based on what goes on in the community. So how do you ease the minds of those, as I stated earlier, with the boom of houses and apartment complexes everywhere, who have in mind that this is gentrification? How do you ease the minds of those who have that in mind with the community center going in?
I think this is on the current site, we're not removing, there's one home that would be removed that we own currently, that is right next to the site, that would be removed, but everything else is currently on the site, so there would be no actual, any kind of disruption to the current homes in the area. It might, obviously increase property values and things like that. Just from having an amenity like this, it might increase property values, and obviously there'd be an increase in possible, in the actual taxing, right? But, having this open to the community, trying to provide ways in which it would be accessible to the community, as I mentioned earlier. I think those are some positives. I can't really speak much past that. I don't want to assume anything for any cultural group or anyone else, but I think, having versus, going in and say, hey, we're going to build it here and we're going to purchase these houses and get people out of their homes and, really displace people. I think this is, with it being on the current site and making significant improvements to what we already have, hopefully goes a long way as well.
And kind of speaking to gentrification, from what I heard in the question, is not necessarily displacing people from their homes, but as the community has grown and rent has increased, our families who have been here for so long can no longer afford living here. So they have moved and left our city. And we can see it in our schools. And so I think, I don't know if that was
Yeah.
what a vice chair was pointing out to. So as the city grows and the cost of living increases, this $40 million, how does that impact our families? And as a representative for our students and our families, that's my question. What is the impact? And I don't think that I hear a clear response as to the financial impact on them.
Well, other than the increased property taxes, I don't know what the exact financial ramifications per resident would be and what the property owners and apartments and things would place on their actual residents. I do say with the increased development, this tax burden will be shared even more and more. So the increased development does displace this amount even less and less. With current market conditions and rents and things like that, it is expensive. So I really don't have a true answer to that. I'm going to, but
Yeah, I would just add, I know we've talked about Amazon quite a bit. They're not on the tax rolls currently. They're going to be coming on in this upcoming tax year. And the amount of assessed value that project is going to add, we've estimated that it might constitute up to 25% of the city's assessed value. And then with all of the housing, the new housing that's coming on, that $40 million cost gets spread across all of the taxpayers across Woodburn, and as that tax base grows, the obligation that each property owner is responsible for increases over time, and you'll see that even with the existing bond. So as that tax base grows, the amount that each taxpayer pays goes down over time. So we're very conscious of that. One of the other kind of cost-based impacts that we're looking at, we're updating our operational analysis and financial pro forma currently. Hope to have that information done here over the next few weeks. The advisory committee is going to review it, and it'll go to the city council. And one of the things that we're going to talk to city council about is implementing a resident and Woodburn resident discount. And we're hearing a lot about that from people in the community. They are concerned about the fact that Woodburn residents are the taxpayers that are going to fund the construction of the facility. Yet it's going to be open to anybody, and there are a lot of people that live outside the city limits. A lot of them folks are still in the school district, Jervis and Hubbard and beyond, that utilize the facility. And in the effort of fairness, we are going to recommend council is going to support implementing new facilities than non-residents will. And Jesse talked a lot about scholarship programs. We operate them currently. We will continue to and probably expand those to make sure that people that have limited needs that pay to utilize the facility are.
Woodburn has to grow. If we don't grow, we die. Any community is that way. We currently have been one of the fastest growing communities in Oregon the last few years. But we have to grow smart. We were just about out of any buildable residential land, 10 years ago. We were down to just a couple lots. But we knew our location and what we offered, was enticing. And that's what's going on now. But we also have to be smart with commercial development and industrial development. That's what brings in the jobs. We want our people to live in Woodburn, recreate in Woodburn, stay in Woodburn, work in Woodburn. And that's what we're offering. And we see that happening. Okay. We're not through with, we're just now, we're out of industrial and commercial land. We're looking at trying to expand that base too in the next few years. So bringing in more jobs. So yeah, it's a challenge. But if a city doesn't grow, it dies.
And with what, Matt, sorry. because obviously everything has to go through planning and whatnot, then you have complexes going up, residential homes going up, and so there's certain lots. With knowing how many lots there's gonna be, how many homes there's gonna be, how many apartment complexes there's gonna be, are you able to forecast what that tax reduction could be based on the rates that are at the time, or, I mean, to be able to notify or advise the community, because that's a lot, money is very important in this community.
One, we cannot sell a house. We cannot put a price on the house. So we do not know what an individual house or multifamily complex is gonna go for. And then even if we did, we don't assess it. So the county is the one that'll come in and assess it. And depending upon overall tax rates at the time, no, we're totally dependent on other means for that.
That said, we do work with bond counsel and our financial analysis. And so every year when the new tax rolls are updated, they come in and do an analysis of where we're at currently, and then they make some assumptions about how we're going to grow and what that growth in the tax base is going to look like and how it will actually impact that bond levy rate. So that is something that we, it was updated in October when the new tax rolls rolled out, and it'll come out again. Unfortunately, the city council has to file this measure for the ballot we're going to do it in late July. And so then we'll see updated numbers in October. So it comes a little bit after the fact, but we're running with the best information that we have currently and making projections for how that's going to change into the future.
And shouldn't it go down with Lennar building, the builders coming in from Washington? There's at least 4 subdivisions that are currently in progress and others breaking ground. And you would think that number would go down with all, I know you guys don't sell homes, it's how fast they can build them and how.
We're hoping that happens also.
Absolutely.
Can't
Yeah.
project it.
Yeah, it's hard. We can't pinpoint what that number is, but we know what Woodburn has for available residential and industrial land. And we're actually in the process of adding a couple hundred acres of residential land in the area. I want to say it's kind of north of Parr Road. If you go east of the Smith Creek development, you'll actually see some construction happening now where Evergreen Road is going to connect to Parr Road. And there's a lot of that land there just to the west of that section of Parr Road that is designated future industrial. And we are most of the way through the process of adding that to the city's urban growth boundary, which opens that up for more employment land development. So we're going to see more of those projects. The nice thing about industrial projects is that they raise a significant amount of property tax revenue that benefits the city, the school district, the county, the fire district. But they don't require a lot of public services. They don't send kids to the schools. They don't require a lot of police calls. And so those projects help balance out and kind of reduce the demand of paying for these services on the residents. Residential development's actually pretty expensive for us to support, as you very well know, because they're generating kids that go into the schools, they're generating police calls, people that are utilizing the library. And so when the city is developing its plans for how it's going to grow over time, we need to make sure that we're growing in a very balanced and smart way. And so the development of those employment lands, and not only to mention the fact that those are designed to add employment opportunities, it's kind of a multifaceted benefit to the community. And it does help with cost to the residents. But again, even residential growth, we've got a lot of unbuilt residential land. Woodburn's a very desirable place for people to move. We're seeing new residents move into Woodburn, but actually kind of surprising to us, what we're hearing is that we have a lot of Woodburn residents that are living in multi-generational homes that are now able to afford to, even with housing costs kind of as high as they are and interest rates where they are right now, we're seeing a lot of multi-generational homes splitting, and existing residents are able to go out and buy homes of their own now. And housing is expensive, but it still is more affordable here in Woodburn than it is in Portland and Salem.
I was going to comment a minute ago about that. Some of the plans of the industrial development they've seen off of Parr, and that's an opportunity as well to think about what the impact it has on the tax rate and what the burden that's felt with that industrial space that's being developed down
Yep.
Parr.
Absolutely.
But it's swallowing up all the farmland.
That's not great farmland. I've lived here a long time. That's the hard clay over on that side. You look where Amazon went, there's never been a great crop that's grown out of there. yeah, we are very concerned, where we grow. But, yeah.
So the 100 acres of residential land that you're referring to, when is used residential, right?
Yeah, it's a little over 200 acres of residential land that's going to be coming in probably before the end of the calendar year.
I guess my question is like, when is that going to be completed?
Probably by the end of the calendar year, and then
And that's not built.
That's
That is
not
just-
built.
That's bringing the property into the urban growth area.
Okay, so how about
Exactly.
built? What's-
That's all. That's it.
Yep, we don't control that. That's private property. And so we'll have a developer that'll come in, identify a parcel and a project. They'll purchase it, they'll buy it. Similar to Amazon, Amazon looked at the site that they're at now,
Mhm.
actually probably 3 or 4 years prior to the point that they actually purchased it. And the time was right for them. They identified the opportunity. Woodburn has some unique property, industrial property that a lot of communities don't have, where we have some large lot industrial with really good access to I-5 with a good interchange. And you don't really see a lot of those properties available between, Salem and up into Vancouver. So we're strategically located. And so when there are those opportunities, the private market comes in and fills that need. And so we will continue to see that. And so we're already engaged in conversations with developers and potential leads that are kind of waiting for that property to come available. So we don't control when it's developed, we don't know, but we do know that those are unique properties that will probably develop pretty quickly.
So do you have any potential corporations that are interested in this? Such as, I don't know if you guys know, but like, for instance, City of Wilsonville just denied the Home Depot development of the Fry's. Do you guys have anything like that? Because that provides more job opportunities, but it also creates some more of a congestion.
Yeah, and it definitely is a balance, and traffic flow is a big concern of ours, and it's one that we deal with on a regular basis. We evaluate it when any potential development project comes in that's of a significant size and impact. They're required to complete a traffic impact analysis that we review. We bring in our own independent consultant to review it, and Amazon's probably the best case in point for us. They came in and prepared a traffic analysis, and we reviewed it and worked with them to make sure that we felt like it was accurate. And then we placed requirements on them, and they spent somewhere in the neighborhood of about $15 million to complete transportation improvements to accommodate the impact that development produced. So the realignment of Butteville Road, that big roundabout that was completed, and they even extended the off-ramp off of I-5 to include additional traffic queuing. And in addition to that, Amazon paid $5.5 million into our transportation SDC program. And SDCs are fees that we can only use to build projects that add capacity to the system. And so we're identifying, and we've been collecting those transportation SDCs on every commercial, industrial, and residential project that's been developing over time. And we are updating our transportation system plan for that region of the city so that we can identify the improvement projects that need to be made to mitigate the impacts that the additional traffic is going to bring. But we know that growth is painful for a community, and it brings impacts, and traffic is the number one concern that we hear from people. And so we do have a plan for that. It's just that it takes a little while to implement, but funds are coming in from these development projects. They come in for a lot of different things. The SDCs are also paid for parks. And so that Legion Park project that we completed recently that we're very proud of was primarily possible due to the growth that Woodburn's been experiencing in those SDC fees that those developments paid.
So to kind of piggyback on Rosie's comment, I mean, you mentioned Amazon provided 25% or, paying rumor and talk about corporations, Costco. Is that anywhere in the plans?
We receive business leads on a very regular basis. In fact, we have an economic development department that receives leads, sometimes directly from corporations, but most often they come through Business Oregon, which is Oregon's economic development bureau. So we're hearing a lot of times the leads that we get are confidential, and they come in with like with a code name. So when Amazon came in, it was called Project Basie for the longest time. And a lot of times the developers, they don't necessarily even own the property when they're coming in and trying to find out if this is a suitable site, and they'll come in with a name that's not real. So sometimes we hear from companies and we know who they are, and oftentimes we don't. And we learn more about what it is that they are planning to build, what they need in terms of infrastructure, water, sewer, streets, and even electrical. We have to work closely with PGE. When it comes to residential development, we work closely with the district just to make sure that the district has the capacity to absorb the additional enrollment that those would bring. So yeah, we, on a very regular basis, we're hearing from a variety of companies that are looking to move in. Probably less retail and commercial than we're seeing in industrial. Like I mentioned, we're a pretty prime site for some of these industrial type projects. And when I say industrial, I don't mean like heavy, polluting industries. That's not how we've got our land zoned. It's more for kind of large lot industrial, a lot of warehousing and distribution like you're seeing with the Amazon project.
So you mentioned like you're proud of Legion Park, and as many people who've lived here long, remember what a eyesore it was, and it was also a safety concern because of the old bleachers and how dark it was and what it attracted, which was for the bad type of, well, the crime, the homeless people to hang around there and stuff. And, as we know, Sellameyer, as it was and as it is kind of dark and gloomy, and it does attract the negative activities from, I'm gonna say it, gangsters, homeless, druggies, all the stuff that comes through there. So, we always want to save our trees, but at the same time, preserve the trees and the nature, but at the same time, to keep it as dense and as closed up, it's still going to continue to attract such parties.
Well, and if I can, I know I'm dominating the microphone here. I'm going to pass it off in a second, but
That's an excellent,
yeah.
thank you really for bringing that up. And I live a couple blocks from Settlemyre, and I agree with you. But what we see is if we get more people down there, that will help a lot. And definitely more activity will be part of it. We're not looking at removing any significant trees by any means.
Yeah.
That was the main park in Woodburn, for many years.
Yeah.
But I can see what we did to Legion happening at Settlemyre.
It's actually balanced. You'll notice that we still have that densely wooded area in Legion Park, but at the same time, we have, the big soccer complex, the football and basketball, and the new pavilion with the open, landscape area. And so the plan is similar for Settlemyre Park because we want to open it up and bring more people in and have more activity in the park, but we don't want to get rid of some of the character aspects that are there. So Settlemyre Park, as you mentioned, that's kind of our most popular site. Used to be anything now. We're taking care of that issue, and so we're going to settle.
And I think from the park side, I think we're consistently always trying to find improvements like that. If you remember, Settlemyre used to have a storage building right off the parking lot. We weren't using that, so we removed it, right? Again, trying to increase sightlines, we limbed up trees, different things. We made sure all the lighting was updated to LED to have a little better light shed. Again, that's just on this front end of trying to do what we can within our means currently. And so just trying to find mitigating factors to open that up, again, as the mayor and Jim alluded to, really, the more families and more activities going on, it just makes that type of bad activity less comfortable to do, right? They don't want to be, in the kind of site and things like that. So providing additional amenities and user opportunities, I think is key in all of our parks, and trying to find opportunities to still keep our important tree cover and all those things in nature spaces. But how do we do that kind of opens up the spaces, makes people feel safe, right? Light and kind of like having some spatial awareness, having some, less dense spaces, I think always make people and families feel safer. And so having open sightlines and things help. And so we really do try to do that in all of our parks as we just in basic maintenance things when we're able.
And it was mentioned at the beginning, obviously you're here for a reason.
Yeah.
Present. And someone mentioned, I think it was Kathy who's mentioned, we're looking for your support. What does the school district and school board support look like?
What we would like is when we go to try and pass a bond, if we could get a statement in the voters pamphlet that the school board would supports the bond, would go a long way. We greatly appreciate that.
So you know how that school district does have a swim team? You know,
Does not have a swim team.
does.
The Woodburn
We
School District
currently
does not have a
not-
swim team.
Does
do not have
not.
a swim
Does
team.
not.
We have a
So-
inter-district agreement that some of our students participate in swim team and outside districts.
And see, that's the problem because, you know, like, is that going to become, once the facility is upgraded, is that going to provide some sort of partnership with the school to provide this?
We always have in the past.
Yeah, exactly.
We always
have
have
that as
def-
well. I think
We
it
used
is.
to have a fourth grade swim,
Yeah,
and I'd like to see that going. You know, there's so many activities that we can do together, and yeah, used to have a water polo team here.
Yeah.
You guys have done very well, and yeah,
Yeah.
from the city standpoint, let's bring that
yeah,
back.
we actively have an IGA with the school district, and so it allows us access into the schools for like, for gym space and things like that. But in turn, if there's like a need for any kind of outdoor spaces or facility spaces, a summer program often comes and does, you know, programs in our parks, you know, it's that partnership in which we kind of trade services in that, right? If the district were to implement a swim team, it'd be the most amazing thing ever. Because swim teams are great feeders for your lifeguard programs and things like that for future employment. So that would be fantastic if becomes a passion, but also just having additional opportunities and spaces for the district to use for other things outside of the school. Sometimes, you know, students are in school all day. Sometimes if they want to do an activity, they want to be outside of that. And if we can find partnership opportunities in which the school can still engage, or programs in partnership with the school can engage on a different location, that's great. And I think you're working really closely with.
How about
your current
jobs? How
staff to
many
do
high
that.
school kids do we hire as lifeguards?
Oh, currently we have, I think, 20 up to 25 staff that are majority are high school students.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's,
Great.
and we're ramping up right now. So we get to about 35 guards in the summertime, with the majority of those being high school students. Yeah, it helps, yeah. Yeah, and we're completely open to that. If that is, you know, a passion of the students in the district to open up that swim team, that we're not going to be getting rid of the lap pool, right? that warm water pool is an expansion off of that. So the lap pool will still be available. Currently we have North Marion who comes, and then honestly we have Wilsonville actually comes down and uses our facility as well, because they have limited pool space in their area. So they bus kids down and use our facilities.
So will that continue the partnership with the outer surrounding city?
We would have priority, obviously, to, you know, current residents and schools and things like that. But if, you know, if we can maximize the space and make sure it's still a usable space for all, like we currently are, it works out quite well. It doesn't, you know, we do a certain amount of lanes that they're allowed to use, whether it's North Marion or others, but just having a certain dedicated lanes, it still allows for open swim to happen or lap swim by residents to happen and things like that. So it's all a matter of how you program the space.
So with again, going back to the new developments and the, you know, parcels and the houses and whatnot,
Mhm.
like Mayor said, we have to grow.
Mhm.
With that being said, should for some reason, you know, the bond not passed, will there be the same passion and support for schools? Should we need a new school at some point?
Have we
Yes,
never not
Yeah.
supported you guys? We have to go, like I said at the very beginning, we have to work together. We need the betterment for livability of Woodburn. Okay, we take care of the community, you guys take care of the kids. You do a good job at it, but we got to work together. And I'd like to say, you know, the more we can meet like this and share ideas, you know, and what we're looking at in the future, what we're looking at for growth and areas, and what you guys need from the city, let us know. Let's get together.
And
Just
I'm,
echo real quickly, you know, Mayor Lonergan started at the front end of it, talking about the strength of the partnership. I think Jesse, you spoke about that too. I think everybody probably mentioned that at some point this afternoon. And I want to echo that sentiment. I've been a longtime district employee in different capacities and different roles, but the level of cooperation and partnership that exists right now, I think supersedes anything we've ever seen. I'm really excited and positive about this, the opportunities to kind of continue to grow together.
yeah, and I thank you for that. Like, if I make a phone call, you know, people answer, and I don't know if that's always been the relationship in the past, right? Like, it's great, right? That we can actually collaborate, you know. working together is how are you guys seeing the same issue we are? And it's two sides of, the same coin. And how can we actually look at it holistically? And the way we've been, we were here a month or two ago and spoke about how we're trying to partner and address different items. And this is just another way of doing that, or our partnership continues to work. And it's a lot of fun to be able to work with people who are, caring about the community and the same passion that we do.
One additional usage that we didn't cover, but I think it's important, and I hope we never need it, but is a shelter in place. Okay, there, at times, that we had an ice storm, overheating, cold weather, it's a place, the community center will be a place for, we can open the doors and help our citizens.
But at the same time, the summer is coming, we don't know, like last summer, the previous summer, how hot it was. And there's many times senior citizens don't have the ability to cool themselves off. But again, just on another point of view, isn't this center more of an attraction for the city with all the new developers coming in? They're not just Oregon developers, they're out-of-state developers because, like, for instance, Washington has no room to grow.
Yeah.
To
That-
build, and all
That might
those
be the case, but I also think we'd do a disservice to our current residents, right? If we didn't try to build something significant and important to them, if we didn't really, to build something when someone said, hey, it's just good enough for Woodburn, I don't think it's a proper answer. I've heard that over my years working with the city and, kind of turning that on its head and like you guys did with the schools, right? Like, hey, yeah, we could do these base minimum things to do improvements and we could limp along, but that's not right for the students. That's not right for our families. And so
True.
I think presenting ways and yeah, nice things attract people, but hopefully that's for the betterment of the community as well.
I think the city, some of the city, it's going to be an operational challenge. When you think about all of a sudden, how the hours we have to operate it, the safety features with additional pools. It's like we said earlier, it's not going to run at a profit. So yes, some members of the city have seen quite a challenge in putting this together. But again, yeah, we think it's needed. It's Woodburn's time. It's something I keep going back. It's a safe place for our kids.
And with that being said, like, just a rough question, what would be the hours to a facility like this?
We're looking at that currently, actually. We don't know the exact hours yet. A lot of facilities like this you see open very early in the morning during the week. So 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, kind of get your workout in for folks. And then you go late into the evening. So especially with recreational sports and things like that, or like, adult leagues, you'd probably go recreational sports in the middle, late evening, and then you kind of move into adult leagues and things like that into the late evening. And so you could see possibly a 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. Weekends, you tend to see facilities like this ranging from like on Saturdays are usually broader. So like an 8 a.m. to like 8 p.m. And then Sundays are always usually, quieter days in a lot of facilities like this. So possibly like a noon to 6 or something. That's just standard what you see across the board. I think we will need to adapt that accordingly to our community and what the usages and needs are. And it's going to be a little bit of a yo-yo maybe. Like we're not going to move it all over the place, but I think we're going to try to really accommodate our community and what the needs and wants are for sure. Last little piece I just want to put out is obviously November 2024 is for the election. And then we'd be in fall of 2025, we'd go to work on the final design work, which would be the full construction document. So currently we have about 25% of the design done, but we need to get those full construction documents, which take about a year to develop. That means like where every light switch goes, every screw goes, all the really detailed things that take a very long time for the architectural side to move on. And then the community center construction would go through fall of 27. And please note that, it is unfortunate, but we would be, once construction actually begins, we would have to close down the facility because there's such significant changes happening to the building. It wouldn't be structurally sound or safe for us to have patrons in there. So we would be closing the facility down during active construction and then opening of fall of 2027.
And just a quick question, going way to the beginning, mentioning the survey, how many people were surveyed and how did you choose them?
So that was a political survey through, so it was 400 registered voters. And so that one was a registered voter survey. And then we are currently actively doing just kind of a Survey Monkey, a more passive survey. And we have over 600 plus respondents in that one currently. I haven't looked at it today, but So yeah, they kind of base it off of a percentage of your population, and that's what the recommendation was for the political polling, was to get an accurate scientific poll. They needed to receive the 400 responses, and that's what they did. And so it allows them to track the data.
There were 400 respondents. to that
Correct.
one.
Yeah, they were random. They were registered voters though.
Santiago, it totally blew me away that they got these fairly quick. I'm not sure I would answer the question. It's 45 different questions that
Yeah.
they had to keep, an interest for that long, but they did it fairly quick.
Yeah,
3
Yep,
days.
3
yeah.
days, and it was a
So
15-minute
Woodburn
survey.
citizens said,
And I think that's great. The only concern I have obviously is, we have a town of what, 30,000, 32, 28,000? And 400 registered voters, which, then you have a demographic that, we work with, that we know, we're familiar outside of here, that we know personally. The money is an issue. So that, to me, with 400 registered voters out of how many thousand people, granted it was a political poll, it's still kind of concerning to me that it really did take an actual voice of the community. In a sense it did, I understand
Yeah.
that, but you see where I'm coming with this?
I think that's where the other survey is a little more broad, right? It's not specific to registered voters. And we, like I said, we've seen a decent turnout, but yeah, it's hard to say. It seems like when we've done several of these kind of outdoor speaking engagements, there's been kind of mostly positive, but there are some concerns as well, which is understandable with any kind of growth and change. So just really allowing people to make an educated choice. We want to see it pass, obviously, it would be great, but we want to provide people the information so they can make the best educated choice when it comes to their ballot in November.
I do have another question.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the slide where it mentions local nonprofits and space for small businesses. So is this temporary space? Is this long-term space? Is this housing small businesses?
So that is a partner space that we've kind of placed in there. And so it wasn't shown in the renderings, but it's kind of off of the actual event space. And so that could be, we haven't solidified specifically what that would be. Currently, we have the Family Resource Center, in which we have 7 different nonprofits that work out of there, from Love Inc. to Mid-Willamette Valley Community Action, Options Counseling, Center for Open Safety, I am losing my mind. It's getting to me. Safety Compass, thank you, Liberty Health, et cetera, in there. And so I think it depends on the need of the community and what, kind of partners we might bring into that space. Maybe it is just a drop-in location, maybe similar to what, I don't know if you're aware, but what the chamber does with their business resource center. Maybe it's a drop-in space for nonprofits to come in that maybe don't have an office space. Maybe they say, hey, could we rent an office space for 1 day a week or whatever? We don't know exactly what that's going to look like. And then also kind of going to the small business component, we're speaking really to that commercial kitchen, because you need a prep space to which do food preparation. And so allowing time in the morning times and things like that to have maybe some of these small businesses come in and do their food prep and then take it out to their food cart or truck or whatever. It would allow that kind of business piece as well.
Okay. So just to kind of summarize what you shared about my question, is that we don't know if businesses would be there temporary or long-term.
We haven't identified specific businesses yet, and it could be nonprofits. I think it's really, this is in a few years, so we're looking at 3 years down the road. So we really will want to take a pulse on the community at that as it gets closer to that point. I don't think we want to assume that we know where we're gonna be in that time. We've really tried to, as the city is growing, all the development we've talked about here tonight, we've also really tried to grow a lot of the social services. And so if you've kind of kept your finger on the pulse of development in the city, we have that Family Resource Center. We've significantly invested into the Ware Food Bank, into what it's become. We understand with growth also comes additional social services needs. And so Ware Food Bank is one. Liberty House has just opened 9,000 square feet of additional clinical space. So folks with children with, child maltreatment or family items don't all have to go all the way down to Salem. They'll actually be able to get clinical services here in Woodburn, right across the street here in Glatt Circle. And then working with several other partners, Mid-Willamette Valley Community Action, and bringing in, supporting the houseless population and other services. So I think it's just us identifying what the need is further down the road. I kind of would be doing a disservice if we assumed we knew.
I guess I just wanted to clarify that there's space there, that there would be space for those opportunities?
There is, and I don't anticipate that we're going to identify and carve out space for a business to be able to operate permanently. It's more like a business incubator concept, so that we'll be running programs. So like the kitchen that we're talking about, where we may have businesses that want to get into like food service, food cart sort of operations. And so it's kind of space where you could have programs, you bring prospective business owners in and do some training on business operation and even have opportunities for them to do food prep sorts of things. It's that kind of a thing.
Thank you. And then my last question, you mentioned donors. Who manages those funds?
We are currently working with, you've probably heard of this local nonprofit, Woodburn Proud. We have a couple Woodburn Proud folks in the room. And I'm going to actually pass this over to Kathy Figley to talk about Woodburn Proud. She's intimately involved with them and the partnership that we're developing.
Woodburn Proud has existed since 2008, and we've really had different roles as things have gone right or things have gone wrong in the community. But one thing we have been consistently is a 501c3. And so we are legally capable of taking donations. In the past, we have taken donations for various causes, sometimes at the same time, but we have experience in documenting them and keeping track of them. We've done things like collections for the defibrillators that are in the police cars. But we've collected on behalf of other agencies. We always keep the accounts separate and manage them as required by the donor or requested by the donor. And so we have been working with a group that focuses on philanthropy, but we do have the horsepower to take donations, $10 in my pocket or the, $100 for a brick type of donation as well. And I have also been working with the city, and as time requires, we will be able to do additional training if we need additional training. We're currently doing some work, so we have a little more redundancy, just to be sure if we get a number of donations while our regular treasurer is out of town, we will be able to handle that.
Thank you.
How
You're
big is the
welcome.
outreach for donors? I mean, I know it's not, is it centralized here in Woodburn? If not, how far does it go? Does it go out of state even or to raise money?
We're going back to the federal government, trying to
Yeah.
to raise stuff.
We're looking at
Garrett
a,
County,
yeah.
certainly the state. We're going anywhere, we're looking at any possible grant.
yeah.
So, yeah.
I think that's something we as a city are very proud of, is that we try to maximize the dollars, right? We're looking at a current park project, which will, is significant, but we're looking at a $700,000 grant for that park to offset a large amount of the costs. And we're doing that similarly with this project. As many rocks as we can overturn, we're looking at different grants and foundations to work through and bring additional funds to the project, as well as just donorship. I think donors is a little difficult to go out of state unless they have a connection or something. But I think if it's, federal funds, it's a different thing. So we're looking at from federal, state, local, county, as well as foundations, and actively doing all of those all simultaneously right now. So.
Consultants that we have worked with, that we are working with on the philanthropic side, are looking hard at people in Greater Portland and Greater Salem who have a history of giving. I think that's the focus. And we have not done any hard asks at this point, but we have looked at, what would you think about a project like that? Just tell us what you think. And we've gotten, a surprising amount of interest and some, mostly positive feedback, which, we want to know, because at some point we are going to ask.
Any additional questions?
Just a comment. This design looks very similar to Linwood
Lin-
Creation Center.
Okay, I haven't seen that one. We've seen some others that look similar, but not
How did it
Linwood.
turn out? Is it nice?
It's nice. The only problem was that it attracted a lot of people all the way from the Bellingham because Linwood is kind of in center. So they had to restructure how they utilized it because they had to turn a lot of families away.
Really?
It
Wow.
just got too full because it only can hold so much of a
Yeah.
capacity. So.
And just so you know, FYI, I know the lazy river at the one in Medford was very popular.
I wish we had, yeah, we need a little more space, but yeah, I bet that was fun. I could just see you floating around there. See that.
Thank you
Perfect.
for your questions. Excellent interaction here.
And
Thank you.
I'm not going to worry about the video piece. I think we covered things quite well. So if you're interested, there's a video, kind of a slideshow of the different renderings and stuff, and we are working on a fly through as well. Yeah, and it's on our website. So, well, thank you so much
So
for your
You
time.
mentioned website and there's the city page and I saw that the survey was there.
Mhm.
How much of a feedback did you get from?
So that one's still
survey?
active right now. Like I said, I haven't checked today, but it was over 600 respondents in the English side. I haven't checked the Spanish recently. But yeah, so that's in English alone. We have over 600 respondents into that. So, and it honestly about, I would say 75+% positive for all that. And then some just, and then some negative. So.
Well,
thank you
thank
so much.
you
Thank you.
for joining us this evening and for sharing and answering our questions. And we appreciate you as you think about this project and think about in serving our families.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right.
Thank you guys again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next item is the policy update. Superintendent Latios. And
I'll invite up Director Nikki Tucker to come join me. And back in January, we had a policy review and we took a little bit different approach in it, in that we took some more time to like workshop each of the policies and spend more time diving into it, recognizing the importance of the policy work and that being part of what board work is and helping to set the direction and vision for the work of the district. So we have a set of policies in the packet tonight that we want to have opportunity to kind of like dive into, to workshop with, so that we bring back at the regular meeting in May, ready for adoption. So tonight will be more just working it through, asking questions, getting clarity on what you might be wondering in regards to each of them. So the first policy in your packet, the non-discrimination, and just a quick like run through of what you're seeing here is what you have is a draft that's provided to us by OSBA. And this is in response to legislative change. In this case, it was House Bill 2281, which requires a district to designate a civil rights coordinator. So on the policy, the gray language is language that's being recommended by OSBA, their legal team, to keep us in compliance with the changes to the law, in this case, that House bill. What's in brackets is where we have an opportunity to select language and choose language. So in the center of that page, you're seeing that gray language, the board designates the bracket there, insert title, position titles. So as a board, we have an opportunity to select from that bracketed language what we'd like the policy to read. Currently, our practice is our HR director is the designee for our civil rights coordinator. So the issues of discrimination would go to our HR director. The designation of the HR director is not currently in policy. So that's what's the House bill requires us now to designate and make that public. But our recommendation would be to insert the language there of HR director and to utilize the recommended language from OSBA, inserting HR director.
We already have somebody who they can report us. We just need to have it in public.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's making it public,
So
make,
it's not
That's-
no,
it's just-
yes.
So it's been happening already. And
This now just makes it public and puts her, the title. Nikki Tucker's our Director of HR, and so it put the Director of HR's title there as here's who you contact if you have an issue related to discrimination.
so you've been doing all of them up until this point.
Mhm,
Just the
mhm.
public hasn't known that that's the
It just
policy.
hasn't been required to be in here as far as that identification, but the district has the process in place already.
And because of the House bill, we are making it public and
Yeah,
making it
required.
public.
Mhm.
Yeah, the policies in your packet tonight aren't too deep with revisions. They're pretty light. So we could probably, move to the next one. Yeah. The next policy, BBF, Board Member Standards and of Conduct. Again, this is really a light revision. This is in response to Senate Bill 231. So it aligning some of the state law requiring, regarding reporting of child abuse. So on the second page of that of the policy, you see just the little number 1 there, which makes public the number to call. So that's the change. It's pretty insignificant, but it's identifying what number to call for reporting of child abuse.
So does it say that board members will not be considered members of the committee?
This is what's in current policy. The change there is just, putting down at the bottom of the page, the number to call.
So that is the proper way to report.
Mhm.
The expectation is that not only are you a mandatory reporter, but that is how you report.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's correct. Yeah, so the new parts are what's in gray. And that's what's in response to a law change. The next policy, CB, has just a period being added there to the end of the paragraph. There are no changes to the policy. It was just identified for OSBA to come forward as like, hey, be aware, here's your policy. Opportunity to have it on our minds and add that period at the end of the paragraph. So yeah, nothing significant here. And if at any point you have any questions about any of these processes or policies, like please, let's talk about them. Policy CBC, the superintendent contract, in response to Senate Bill 283, it provides some optional language. If the board would like to add language there around benefits that could be provided to a superintendent who is no longer employed with the district.
But wouldn't that carry a financial burden to the district because they have to basically support the superintendent that's no longer under current employment, but they still have to provide them services?
Yeah, this is optional language, and it would, if an agreement of that nature would be reached, then there would be a financial obligation. But if having it in policy doesn't mean you have to do it, but it gives you the option of doing it, but you're right, there'd be a financial burden.
Because then they will take away funds for the students and the teachers to support a superintendent that's no longer benefiting the district.
So if the board, just say, you were to say, hey, we want to include this language, it doesn't mean you have to do that. There's the district may provide But yeah, this is optional language. It's in a bracket, so the board could say, nah, we want to just leave that out. Yes, what you have now, without the gray. The gray is what's new language. Yeah.
So under what circumstances would this be like? I guess I mean, yeah, because all my life, any job you leave, you're like, okay, you're done.
Exactly.
So what circumstances would this be beneficial for? I understand for their own personal gain as far as
Mhm.
insurance, but I mean, as HR, can you explain that to me?
Typically, the only time I've seen that used is if somebody's leaving the district and you might be giving them incentive to leave the district. But that language could also be in some sort of resignation agreement or something like that. Doesn't need to be in policy.
Again, it seems like a financial burden to the district that the district should not carry.
Right, and it says may, and
Yeah.
so that's just, so it's not required language, it's
So these
optional.
these circumstances would be very, extremely, superly rare.
Yes,
So-
yes.
I mean, honestly, I mean, I just expressed where I come from and my thoughts. But I mean, I don't think it hurts to have it in there, should one of these rare
Right,
occasions
right,
occur.
yeah. And that's where the word may gives you the
Oh.
flexibility. Mhm.
Yeah, good questions.
So it sounds like it would be when there's a termination.
Yeah, potentially something like that. Mhm.
And so usually the board will provide notice saying like,
Mhm. And there's usually an outside agreement in place, so I wouldn't say that you need to have that language in there. You would still have that option to be able to negotiate any of that kind of thing.
so the language does have to be in here.
No, for
No.
you to do a separation agreement of some sort,
Right,
would not need to have that language.
Okay.
So you could include this in your separation agreement if you chose to without having it written in.
Yeah,
So
the
you
board
know,
could create a
I
contract.
mean, you can agree to whatever you want for the separation without having this written
Mhm.
in the policy.
Yeah, in that case.
Mhm.
I feel more comfortable doing that, agreeing to the separation, the time of separation, rather than
Mhm.
having it here. I feel like this implies an agreement that may happen when you may not want it to happen.
And this is a recommendation by the Oregon State Board Association, right?
Oregon School Board.
School Board, excuse me.
Yeah. And this is, they're presenting it not as a recommendation, they're
Mhm.
presenting it as an option.
Mhm.
As not,
Yeah.
they're not recommending that this be added, they're presenting it as an option for
Mhm.
boards to consider.
And they're recommending it to not just Woodburn, to others who might have this issue already or upon.
Mhm. Mhm.
Because you can use it at that time of separation if you choose to, rather than having it there all the time.
So, yeah.
If someone sees it, it's implied that they can possibly use it.
So yeah, that's a different perspective.
Yeah, it's there
than
for, to
obviously,
utilize.
So,
Mhm. And at that point, there's, other folks involved in those conversations that vet and check all that language.
with that perspective, I would say, I would change my.
Mm.
So we'll bring back that policy without that language for at the end of May for approval.
Leave it as it is.
Yeah, to readopt. No? Okay.
Just leave it.
So it would stay.
There was already.
Mhm.
less
Yeah,
than a
if
year
you're
ago,
choosing
less than a
not
year
to
ago.
use any of the optional language.
We would not bring it back.
Mhm.
Yeah. The next policy, CBG. Again, what's in gray is what OSBA is recommending. These are minor changes. The one place that there's some conversation needs to be had is what's in bracket, with the brackets there in the first sentence, around the superintendent job performance. The board has an option of inserting at least once a year. The current policy does not have that language.
The current policy stays well.
It just ends there.
What's in it?
Mhm.
So it just says job performance period.
I would say twice. At least.
Well, I think that's-
We've done check-ins, but there's the formal evaluation happens what? With this, overall rating provided. And so the board could select to add that language, it's at least once a year or not, and leave it as is.
Aren't we already doing this?
This is the practice that the board is doing.
Yeah.
But it's
well,
not policy.
it's not the
Yeah.
policy, But the check-in,
Mhm.
I believe I need those terms also.
The evaluation,
No, check.
so there's check-in because you
Requested.
adopted the timeline
Right.
at the beginning of the
but
year.
But that's not in,
Currently, that's not
right. So like a new board would, could or not.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and honestly, my recommendation would be not to include that language because we've had years where we've had an interim and it's been 1 year. And if you adopt this language, you're gonna have to evaluate even someone if they've been here for 1 year. This at least gives you the flexibility of you may or may not evaluate someone even though they have 1 year. This would then require you to evaluate every single time, every year, no matter what.
Since it wasn't policy and stated policy previously. For example, the previous superintendent wasn't following didn't have a policy to follow because there was nothing in place or the board, right?
No, it's in-
Well-
No, there was a policy, so the policy was there,
Mhm.
just that language wasn't there.
Yeah, what the policy read was the board will formally evaluate the superintendent's job performance, period.
And then you discuss the process that you have in place. And so that's kind of a working together process that you do each year. And that's your practice here.
No accountability.
Well, there is accountability, but there's no timeline, just like saying celebrate with it the same time.
Well, you do establish a process each year. You have the executive session, you talk about that process and what's the expectations are and everything.
Right, but when will you, evaluate it? Is that annually?
That's been the
Current
practice.
practice is to
Mhm.
do that annually. I think what's important to know is what Jenny shared around, sometimes you have superintendents that are interims on a 1-year contract or less. And if you put it into policy around once a year, then those people would have to have their evaluation as well. And without leaving it out, the board could determine whether or not.
So if you had one for 12 months, would you not want to evaluate them? Would you not want to give them an exit interview when you?
Previous interim superintendents have not been evaluated.
Mm-mm.
Really? And it's evaluate
Yeah, formally.
formally.
Can we add a change to not include?
With the exception of, or
For May?
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, you can propose any language to that, and that seems like that's a pretty simple change.
With the exception of. So then the board will then decide if there is an interim. Yes or no.
That makes more sense.
Right, so if it's 1 year, how long it would be for that year. So then the board would simply make a specified. For 2 years. Right, so then the question is, if the board wants to state that we want to, for the board, to evaluate an interim at the end of the year.
Jenny had an interesting proposal I just want to share with the board. The replacing will, the board, rather than say will, the board may formally evaluate, and then accepting the bracketed language.
Yeah.
That gives the board
Yeah.
Some leeway.
Oh, I think I like that.
Hearing no further comments or discussion there, we'll move to the next policy.
I just want to add a comment too. When we've had interim, it was during the time when COVID was like hit, when we had that first interim. So I think that just threw in like another piece of, like another wrench in the whole process. So to say that we will never evaluate an interim is not accurate. I wouldn't count that as, it was just unique what we've gone through in the past. I think if the board would have gone and had a normal school year, then I think it would have been different moving forward, so. You can evaluate interims. It's just a
Yes.
unique year.
The final policy for tonight, CCG, evaluation of administrators. There's a lot of great language here, new language that's being brought forward. I'll let Director Tucker speak a little bit to where this is coming from.
So most of the language that's added in here, really makes it kind of mimic the evaluation process that's already in policy for our licensed staff. So it makes it very similar to that process. Both processes are outlined, from ODE and the things that we need to have in there. So I went through and looked at this, and the things that are put in here are, it's required, but it's the recommended process that we need to follow under ODE.
And so administrators have to.
So when they're,
Central offices,
yeah.
and anyone of the title of administrator.
Mhm, mhm.
Currently, policy, do we have something similar?
It would be the same as far as our licensed staff. So administrators are probationary for the first 3 years as well. So the expectation would be that they would be evaluated every year, those first 3 years, and then they would go on cycle after that, every other year. Mhm.
what's the other, why does it go to every other year? Kentucky?
Well, because it's hard to get them all done. No, I mean, it's a, no, it's a volume, it's a lot of work. And then the idea, once you get established and past those 3 years, that you are more experienced, so you're just coming back to it every other year. Mhm.
And this language says once a year, at least once a year.
That's
Yeah.
bracketed language. That's an option. I would
Yeah.
recommend selecting regularly.
Yeah.
The volume of doing everyone every year.
And actually, the document, the framework does say regularly. And so I think that does leave it open to adjust as needed. So if Juan or supervisor felt like that there needs to be, some more intense support, that can happen.
And if it's done once a year, then it just puts a lot more burden on the superintendent and his administrators because it just, right?
A lot.
Versus as you say now, they do it every other year.
Right, right. So this is just one process. I mean, this is the evaluation process. The district as a whole, administrators work together and are monitoring all of the time. I mean, we have meetings, I'm constantly watching the strategic plan and everything. So those things happen all the time. This is just that one process that we formally have to recognize. So just because it says, at least once a year and things like that, doesn't mean that things are done once and regularly, leaves it more open. And that is what it says in the framework.
So wouldn't it really be that effective if we removed at least once each year? Because like you said, regularly, just leave it open. if need
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, taking off the once a year, that makes it, you have to make that happen, and that's a lot. That's a lot. Currently, we follow the same process as we do with license, because whether an administrator or teachers, most of them are all licensed, and so that's covered under statute requirements and the processes that we have to follow. So that's where your the requirement of evaluating your probationary, your first 3 years. There's some other things in there too that gives a little flexibility, but typically you do the first 3 years. That's just how it happens, and then go on every other year after that. And so principals are licensed just the same as teachers, so the processes are the same in that regard.
But if it was to be done once a year, then it would also keep them more accountable if there's room for improvement or appreciation for improvement, and so on.
Those conversations, in my opinion, and I'm sure Juan could chime in, those conversations happen all the time.
Already?
Yeah, I mean, the once a year, whether it's once a year regularly, you're not limited to that time in order to make things happen and move things forward. The conversations are happening all the time. So,
And if staff are identified based on their performance as needing that extra support, they'll be put on a cycle where they will be getting that every year.
mhm.
Like at a
So-
private profit company, corporation, whatnot, typically employees are evaluated once a year and shown of improvement or need for improvement.
Mhm.
They are-
They typically classified are, this is speaking to the licensed. Mhm.
This is administrative.
Mhm, mhm. Mhm. I mean, like Juan spoke to, if there are concerns, because he's monitoring progress all year long. Those are dealt with at the time, and people can be put on cycle every year if there's concern. That discussion can happen. So.
Yeah, regularly provides more flexibility
mhm.
in how to approach it, and it mirrors what's the process for our licensed staff.
Mhm.
So it's being twice regularly all of everything.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, based on the recommendations. Mhm. Yeah, it was like one paragraph. So what's nice about this? Yeah, and so if you go through, there's not a lot of that.
Yeah, because this opens up, like if they need leadership, room for improvement. Like if, as there's the options listed below, recommended visual, visionary leadership and effective management and, you know,
Mhm.
other options,
The
which
system-
shows room for improvement.
Mhm. The evaluation system that we do use is all aligned with this and utilizes the same language, so it really matches up. And both principles, they look a little different in the system, but licensed staff are evaluated there along with administrators. It's all online right now. It's a lot. Of their final evaluation. If just the summary one. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't just printed that one out. The summary I'd probably say is, I don't know, 5 to 10
Yeah.
pages, but there's a lot of documentation in that system. Mhm.
So it sounds like the system.
Mhm. Yeah, so this is all the framework that ODE puts out that we need to follow. With the ODE, yeah, that's just something you have to do, so pre my time.
That
Yes. And then the online system, Marzana system we've used, how long have we been on? We've updated to a newer version and implemented that this year. But we've been using that same system for several years, pre my time. But
yeah, it's been a long, but many years.
mhm, mhm.
And do you know why that's changed?
Why this changed? I think it has to do with one of the House bills that they noted down here. I thought they noted it in here when I read. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember on that one. I don't see the number noted down there. But I would think that it's to help align with all of our other licensed staff because it is very similar. So the same expectations and the same goals. I mean, they look a little bit different, but the idea and the instructional model is all in there.
So it sounds like you regularly have it,
Mhm. Yeah, and that gives the flexibility to do more than and make adjustments as needed.
so regularly would be having some.
Well,
For the first 3 years when they're in
Mhm.
probation, so they follow the same cycle.
as our
as
other
the-
licensed.
Are licensed as teachers, so for the
Mhm.
first 3 years, teachers and administrators are evaluated every year. Once they're
Mhm.
off probation, teachers and administrators go on every other year cycle.
Mhm.
It'd be like regularly upon completion of probationary period. That means.
Well, it's kind of two different things because we're required by statute to go through the process with the probationary. So that, those rules and things we need to follow are outside the policy. So we'd follow that anyway, whether it's here or not.
What about the non-highlighted evaluation will? Because, you know, may, again, may gives us some leeway in that regard.
Mhm.
Is that not?
Well, where are you at
The
with the
the
will?
same one?
Oh,
where
in
it
that
says-
same line,
Yeah,
will be conducted.
form
regularly.
evaluation will or may be conducted regularly.
I think will is probably okay in there only because, like I said, we really have those requirements to do that anyway. So. And the other one on the second paragraph, did we want to talk about that language at the end?
Yeah, we had wanted to bring forward the discussion around that last sentence on the first paragraph, the use of her salary status.
In the
That's-
second paragraph there, yeah,
It's not a current practice.
right.
Recommendations for salary status do not come from evaluations. Or to make me recommending that we remove that so that we
Mhm.
continue to operate with the salary schedules.
Mhm. And just have a period after regarding their employment, put a period. Because the salary status is established through the CBAs and contracts as far as pay goes. Yeah, so we wouldn't, yeah, so that's based on salary schedules already established.
So could you, read our sentence within there? Are you changing it and for supervisors to make recommendations regarding?
Their
Their
employment
employment period.
period. Sorry. If it would be helpful, we can probably give you a link to where this is. So you'd have kind of the background of where it came from because you have time between this meeting and the next meeting when you would vote on it. But that would just give you a little more background about the process.
Isn't that what the Oregon School Board Association recommends?
This is the Department of
Department of Education.
Education.
Department of, okay.
Yeah.
And then within this, is there, some sort of a tool to measure?
Yeah, that's all through our online system. Mhm. Mhm.
Yes, our administrators, like our licensed staff, have performance standards
Mhm.
that they're measured against.
And is that something I know it's supposed to happen?
Like a generic,
The
Mhm.
tool itself to be shared.
Yeah.
Tool, but like, if we evaluate all our admin, there's a graph that shows, and we're at the district where they are.
where they are.
Like a
I
report.
Yeah, I think there is. We could probably pull something and redact it. Mhm. Or at least get some info out of it, yeah, give you an idea. That'd probably be at the end after one gets everything wrapped up, so.
I do have a question. The last sentence, the superintendent shall regularly report to the board on the implementation of the evaluation and support systems and educators' effectiveness. So it, wouldn't that be like a report, like a, well, this is how our administrators are doing and
It could be a variety of things. It just, sharing information, it could be a simple update on a piece of it. Informational about the process or informational about the system or maybe the measurements like the questions were. Or at the end of the year, just some data on where everybody's at
yeah,
as a
just
whole.
shall regularly. What's regularly?
Right,
Well,
it's
that's something
really,
that, yeah, the board
Mhm.
negotiate and and talk about like, hey, here's what we're interested in learning about and like the timeline for
Mhm.
what we want to learn about it.
Mhm. Mhm.
And we will share the
Okay.
framework with the board as well. So you have an opportunity to
Mhm.
maybe crosswalk a little bit there.
Yeah, there's some good background in the front of this document as to where it came from and the whys that drove the framework. So it might be helpful for you as you go through the policy on that.
So that one's for teachers, is the one. for the admin, or is it for
This
the-
is both teacher and admin. And there are certain sections, some just pertain to both, and then some things are separated specifically in there.
Let's see if we can have other questions.
Okay.
We're saving those other additional policies for the May regular meeting.
Pursuant to ORS 192.660 to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection and pursuant to ORS 192.660 to review and evaluate the employment within performance of the chief executive officer of any public body, a public officer, employee, or staff member who does not report.
Hey, Rebecca. Yeah, grab a seat.
Very slowly rolling in.
So we're returning to our public meeting. Yeah. Okay. So we are now returning to our public meeting. Item number 5 is board action items, and we have one action item.
I move to decline to hear the policy and contract grievance as discussed in executive session.
Is there a second?
That's second.
Thank you. All in favor of declining to hear policy and contract grievance as discussed in executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0 vote. Future agenda items. So this is the item where school board members can request reports or information or have questions about maybe requesting a report on an interest. I think we have a list, but we can add to the list if there is anything at this time.
Can I email my request? Or do I have to request it now?
Give it a question. If you have a question, you could email me.
Okay. So hearing none, we will move on to item number 7, board calendar. And you will see the following meetings that we have. We have May 21st, which is a budget committee meeting. May 28th, regular board meeting. June 8th is high school graduation. Do we have a time for?
We do.
Is it 2 o'clock?
It's
Okay.
2:00.
I didn't.
2 o'clock?
This Saturday.
And June 11th, we have a board work session. And our last item, well, we're all done for the night. Thank you for your time, and we are adjourned.
Do you ever been to graduation recently? Yeah, you